Hello, welcome everyone. Um, Hello, can
Good
I, am I,
morning. Hello.
Yes, Shubh, we can hear you. Hello, Shubh, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, we can hear you. You can continue.
Okay,
Okay.
okay. So welcome all. I will be sharing the link of our social media platforms in our chat in the chat box. So till we wait for other attendees to join, please go and follow us on our social media platforms. we will start the session by 10:10. So till then, you can redeem our badge. I'll share the link in the chat box. So please, the attendees, please redeem the badge till then.
Good morning, everyone. Should be sharing learning achievement badge in chat window. Please, before this session, please redeem this badge. You can share this badge on LinkedIn, okay, and you can extract certificate from the this badge, okay. So please, before this session, please redeem this badge. The badge link, learning achievement badge link, is in chat box. Anyone has any queries, please connect with Archie or Shubh. Hello, Archie, are you there? Hello, Archie. Shubh, if possible, can you please share your window and how learning achievement badge is redeemed? Please share your
Yes, sir.
slide. Okay. Hope everyone can manage to redeem the badge. If anyone has query, please you can connect with us, with Shubh, me, or Archie. Hello, Shubh. Can you go to slide number 10 or 11? I think the badge slide. Display that slide on screen. Okay. Yes. Hope everyone can see the slide. Please follow these steps and you can redeem your badge. Okay, Shubh, you can start the session with the intro part.
Yes, sir.
Take Om Prakash is already there on the meeting. Hello, Om, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, Om. We'll start the session. Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
hello and welcome everyone. I am Shuk Parmar, the host for today's webinar. My team and I are here to ensure you have a smooth and engaging experience. So, and if you have any queries or need any assistance, please use the chat window, and we are happy to help. And host, today's event is hosted by the Azure community. Just a second. Yes. So, the webinar is hosted by ATC community. It is a hub of enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, AI, machine learning, LOT, open source development, and DevOps. By joining our community, you will gain access to updates on upcoming webinars, workshops, and learning opportunities. About and the sponsor for this event is Synergetics. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solution provider in India, offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower business and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end-to-end implementation support. From modernizing IT framework to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equipping you with the tools and knowledge to succeed. Introducing to our today's speaker, we are thrilled to have Mr. Om Prakash Pandey as today's speaker. Yeah, he's a certified Microsoft trainer and a consultant at Synergetics. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in AI and cloud technologies. Okay, so I'll hand over to Mr. Om Prakash Pandey. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you very much for joining on time. It's really a great pleasure for me having you on board. I know you all had a great week with a lot of learning. I really appreciate your enthusiasm and just for learning new technologies. As Shubh mentioned earlier, my name is Om Prakash Pandey. I'll be the speaker for today's session. Microsoft has enormous work being done from the perspective of security technologies. Last 5 years had been very, very critical to stabilize this security solutions, making sure they have right set of standards from perspective of addressing various concerns across the board, starting from endpoint security, mapping to various devices, entire thing from infrastructure perspective, platform as a service perspective, SaaS solutions, and having right set of solutions across the board. Along with majority of these solutions, Microsoft has also come up with various certifications, and these series of certifications would assist various learners to make sure we understand these details. If you see the range of certifications over here, starting with SC-900, which is security fundamentals, moving into SC-200, that is Defender XDR, SC-300, identity and access management using Entra ID. SC-400 is about information governance using Microsoft Purview. And once we have done these certifications, SC-100, which is Microsoft Cybersecurity Architect, these are the range of certifications that Microsoft is offering today. Being Microsoft partner from last more than 2 decades, we are proud to announce that all team members in preparing for these certification exams, helping them with respective certification vouchers so that they can clear these exams and grow great in their career. That's the main objective which drives Synergetics as an organization, and we keep promoting these technologies, helping a lot of individuals across the globe to build their careers in various roles. Today's role that we are focusing on is security, and the core focus for today's session is SC-300, Microsoft Identity and Access Administration. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer, security solution architect. Help of Synergetics in last 2 decades, I have trained more than 5 million plus users, administrators across the globe through various Microsoft partner programs, and with help of our capable team, Manish, Shubh, Archie, and a lot of other team members who are working in the back end to make sure we are able to cut off y'all, understand your pain points, and make sure we achieve your objectives from perspective of certifications. Like Manish already mentioned, this is a full day session. Make best out of it. If you all have any questions, queries, doubts regarding any of security solutions, certifications, or if you need to understand about any other Microsoft certifications, don't hesitate to put your questions, challenges, issues on the chat. We'll be more than to assist you. Since you all are dedicating your day to day on learning, my request would be switch off your mobile phones or put them in silent mode. Let the world know that you all are learning something new today, ensuring on building your career. If you have any questions for me, put it on the chat as well. So while doing the session, whenever time permits, I'll go through these chats and make sure I answer those questions. With this preamble, let's get started. Let me take a quick understanding of the crowd who's attending today. People who are already working Microsoft security products. Or if you all can raise your hand, it is fine. How many of you all have already been working with Microsoft security products? No one? I don't see any hand being raised. Or maybe I'm not audible. Manish, am I audible? No?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So Shankar has raised his hand. Not an issue, guys. If you have not worked on Microsoft security solutions, that's okay. Or if I put it in another way, people may not be aware that they are using a Microsoft security product. Say, for example, when you log in into your Hotmail ID, Outlook ID, Live ID, is it? Krishna says my voice is not clear. Is it the same for you, Shubh?
Mm, No,
Is my voice clear?
hear you clearly, sir. I can hear you clearly.
Krishna, I would request just try log off and log in once again. See if that works. Okay, let's move ahead. Thanks, Venkateshan. Not a problem, guys. Even if you have not, like I was mentioning about, people who might be using Outlook ID, Outlook or Live or Hotmail, all of them are actually leveraging on Microsoft security solution. You all must have seen so many applications where it gives an option saying login using Gmail, Hotmail, Live ID, Microsoft account. Even in those scenarios, you are leveraging on Microsoft security solutions. While typing email, if you see a tooltip saying this email has sensitive information, sensitive details, you all are actually leveraging on Microsoft security solutions. Individuals using or using Windows 11 as an operating system, Windows 10 as an operating system, using BitLocker, you are still using Microsoft solution, Microsoft security solutions. What would be happening over here is most of these things are being created, managed, and administered by various administrators on the server side, where y'all would not have an idea of it. But as y'all go ahead, y'all grow up in your career, y'all would need to take up those roles and responsibilities. Synergetics as an organization, in assistance with Microsoft, We are committed to help you in that journey and make sure you all learn and become great security team, security implementation engineers. I would welcome you all to on this journey through this course, that is SC-300 Microsoft Identity and Access Administrator exam. It is primarily focusing on planning, designing, implementing, managing how an organization identity and access management would pan out, support millions of users, customers, consultants, third-party vendors working with that enterprise. That would be our focus area over here. As an administrator, we are supposed to manage this authentication, authorization for large number of employees who are working within the organization. Each of these employees would be using multiple devices, and through these devices, they would be installing applications. They would be accessing various Azure services, various other Microsoft services, applications, and doing their day in, day out tasks. If you look at the prerequisites over here, it clearly mentions about implementation and administration of identity solutions within your cloud environment. Now, when it says cloud, it is referring to all three flavors of cloud, which is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Along with it, it is also referring to the on-premises environment, that is hybrid cloud, or a private cloud, extending it to public cloud, and managing both of these as hybrid cloud environment. Across this hybrid platform, we need to explore and implement zero trust principles, which very clearly says don't trust anybody, verify everybody, have more than one mechanisms of authentication before we provide accessibility to these members. So once it comes to enterprises, everybody is aware that people don't work in silos. They work in coordination, they work in integration with other components, other resources. So to make sure we are able to successfully onboard people, devices, resources, have a appropriate life cycle management for that would be a very, very critical aspect. There needs to be a right kind of identity governance across multiple solutions given by Microsoft. Before I proceed ahead, just give me a moment. I'll be back in a minute. If you see this on-premises environment, I'm not sure how many of you have worked with it, how many of you have experience on managing on-premises environment. As part of our on-premises solutions, we have Active Directory solution over here. And as part of Active Directory solution, we had services like Active Directory domain services, Active Directory certificate services, Active Directory federation services, Active Directory rights management services, and Active Directory, lightweight directory services. These are the primary services that we have been leveraging on for ages. Barring other security components like your firewall solutions, right? So there would be definitely multiple on-premises security solutions that you all might have worked with in terms of firewall implementation, in terms of gateways being implemented, various federations that you all might have built earlier, right? And for each of these members, there are lot of options from perspective of third-party vendors who are giving us these solutions. Right? So from devices perspective, we might have used BitLocker. We might have used something called as Radius server for setting up multi-factor authentication. And there will be many more of them. I don't want to get into that discussion right now. Now, all this is being backed by physical security, security for virtual machines, having rack servers being implemented locally. This is what we have been doing within our on-premises environment. So once it comes to security solutions, some of them would be hardware-based security, some of them would be software-based security. Along with this, lot of members would have already started working or exploring the cloud-based resources, cloud-based environment. How do we implement security over there? Since this is a Microsoft session, I'll be focusing primarily on Microsoft-based security solutions. So this is what I was mentioning about private cloud, working with hybrid cloud, and having public cloud-based services over here. Now, once it comes to these security options, security solutions, our main focus for today's session is looking at cloud-based implementation of our local Active Directory, which is called as Entra ID. And this Entra ID is a cloud-based identity service, cloud-based identity solution, focusing on OAuth implementation, focusing on SAML tokens, working with different set of implementations over here, right? So this is our focus area. Now, how does Entra ID correlate with our on-premises identity solution? How does Entra ID correlate with Azure services and various other Microsoft services? That would be the core point of understanding as we go ahead to the session. The reason why I put up this diagram over here is for us to understand the context. What do we want to achieve? What are the problems? And how Microsoft would help us with the right solution when we are going ahead with this complex environment. So be with me and keep putting up your questions, any kind of doubts, concerns that you'll have as we go ahead with this module. Shubh and Manish, they have already shared your respective badge redemption links. These links primarily mean that you'll have already gone through all the modules of SC-300, and as a successful completion of that course, you'll have received a badge. So if you look at it from a learning point of view, you'll have still not started the learning process, but you'll have received the badge. So it also puts the ownership on y'all to make sure within the next week, and as you all go ahead, please sneak out time to read each of these modules, go through the learn members, and for something which you all have received the badge, if somebody asks a question, you all should be able to answer that, right? Along with this, these learning resources given by Microsoft, this is just an entry into it, correct? So giving you this badge is just a kickstart for you all to go ahead and initiate your learning process by using Microsoft Learn resources. And once you put up these badges on LinkedIn or share it with your friends, colleagues, it is a moment of proud feeling for us, and it gets us on that learning journey. That's the core motive of sharing this badge with you all. Another thing which I would want to put up over here, this is a initial step to make sure you all start taking up this course seriously, and also not don't stop with this badge. Go to the applied skills, go to the certification, go more deep dive into these technologies, and look at it from an implementation point of view. Like Manish and Shubh mentioned, under achievements, you all will be able to see a certificate for it. You all can download the certificate and then share it on respective social media channels. From certification perspective, I'm sure people who have joined this session, they know the power of certification, they know the significance of certification, and I would be one of the best examples for it because I started my career as a BSc graduate, BSc chemistry graduate. These certifications, these learn resources and other materials shared by Microsoft made me capable of not just understanding the technology, but also helping other people to build their careers, take learning from here, go ahead, do a deep dive implementation of these technologies, and I expect the same for y'all as well. If you look at the certification details, let me share a few links with y'all. You all can leverage on these resources. What are the skills being measured? What is the expected prerequisites from people? How one can go ahead and start looking at some of the core modules. You have respective learning path over here. Before you all take up your exam, you all can go ahead with a practice assessment. There is a exam sandbox which is being given, and you have exam prep videos which you all can go through at your own leisure based on the time that you have. And once you are prepared with it, you all can take up the exam. There are a lot of certification resources available apart from this, like SC-300 study guide. I'll go to the certification details a bit later. Right now, let's focus on the learning part of it. We have the respective course URL, course details, where you have all the modules being mapped, all the resources being mentioned over here. If you'll see, the core modules are exploring identity, implementing an identity management solution, your authentication and access management, right? And then looking at advanced aspects like access management for applications and implementation of identity governance. So these are some of the key aspects over here, key members over here. Along with the knowledge aspects, implementation would be a very, very important aspect. There is a lab environment over here, lab resources being shared. So when we are delivering a full-fledged VILT course, right, we assist all the team members, all the students who have joined by sharing these information, sharing these scalable lab resources where they can practice these things multiple times. If you see the labs, it is very, very exhaustive. There are 28 labs over here. Some of the labs might be slightly lengthier. Some of the labs may be very, very small, just going and initiating a toggle or activating some of the resources, right? So they are just seeing the number of labs, don't get scared with it, because each lab has a specific problem scenario in mind and what is the challenge that they are addressing. Along with this, we also have Microsoft documentation, which may not be a direct impact from a certification point of view, but I would say if you want to go deeper into a specific area, this is one of the best places. This is what will help you to understand the details and underlying components of a given technology. So these 4 links, if we complete it successfully, that is get the basic understanding, do the specific implementation, right? Go into more deeper in terms of documentation, and then go back to your practice assessment, go to your exam guide, take a look at those members in case there are certain things which would have changed or there is any difference over there, any new things which have been added. You all should be ready for your exam. One more thing which I should not miss out is the percentage breakup of each of the topics, which topics have more focus, which topics have less focus, right? So implementation of user identities, 25%, authentication and access management, approximately similar, workload identities, and finally, automating identity governance. You see an equal breakup in all these 4 topics. The reason why this study guide would be relevant or it would make sense on a web page URL rather than on a presentation slide, because Microsoft may have changed things in the backend depending upon the market scenario, depending upon the asks from various partners, right? PPTs might be slightly older, though we try our best to make it latest, make it more and more relevant. But in case there are certain things being changed, these web URLs which I have shared with y'all, make a note of it, store it someplace handy. So whenever you need to prepare, you can get started with it. I'm not sure if Shubh has mentioned, y'all don't need to take screenshot of these things because I have already shared y'all the URLs where you have all the details of every module. You'll have details regarding each and every aspect which I am mentioning over here. So focus completely from a learning point of view. Keep asking questions. Put up your questions on the chat. Me and my team will be more than happy to assist you all and ensure you'll have a great learning experience. I'm sure everybody has been through the course URLs at least. This is a 4-day course, 32 hours of course, and this 32 hours of course, we are trying to cover these major things within 6 hours, right? So y'all can understand, I will not be able to complete all the modules or go to the required depth within all the modules. That will not be possible. But yes, from a initial understanding point of view, what these services are, what is the relevance of these services, from a certification point of view, how you should be able to prepare yourself. I will be showing some of the lab demos over here. So whenever you all have your own environment, you all should be able to successfully practice it. Kuldeep has a question. Is there any prerequisite for 300? No, there is no prerequisite for 300. But I would recommend if you all give your SC-900 first, it will be easier for you all. You all will have a broad understanding of identity solutions and other security solutions. Kuldeep, I hope that answers your question. Okay, let's move ahead. Let me begin with the first module. So I'll put myself in your shoes. Let's be at the same level. I am new to SC-300 identity and access management. I am trying to understand what is happening over here. I have been working extensively with my on-premises environment. Sometimes I have played a role of implementing on-premises security solutions. I have been majorly from the end user perspective, but now I want to make my career in security solutions. And I have got an opportunity to work with Om Prakash, understand how he goes ahead and explain these details to me. Let's focus and learn that. First thing that one has to understand is, what is this identity all about? Correct? And second is, how does Microsoft Entra ID help us in mapping this identity? Now, the problem over here is, if I have to go back to my drawing board and explain what is identity, I don't know what symbol to use. Now, one would say, Om Prakash, why don't we use a human being as a symbol? If I do that, it will be a mistake, because once it comes to identity, identity does not only mean human beings. Identity could be applications as well. And even for application, we do require identity. Is that sufficient? The answer is no. We can have another member over here, which could be service principal. Along with this, we may also have devices over here. Thanks, Kirit. So once it comes to identity, identity is not about just one member or one resource, because anyone and everyone who's trying to access online services, they will need to have identity. Should I say identity? Identity would involve users, applications, service principals, and devices. Now, these identity that we have, these guys are accessing various services like your public cloud resources. They are accessing various applications. They are accessing members like Microsoft Intune. They are using Microsoft Defender XDR. It could be applications within the organization, or it could be third-party applications. So through this identity, people are using different set of members, different set of resources outside the environment. Right? So any kind of access which is being given, or any kind of communication which is happening to all these members, there has to be an identity. Identity primarily represents who are you. So whenever it comes to authentication, we'll have to prove ourselves saying, this is who I am. So once it comes to identities, all these four resources that I'm talking about, users, applications, service principals, devices, each of them will need to have their own identity. And when they are accessing these services, when they're accessing these members, they would be that information would be logged in. So if anything goes wrong or if there is any problem, we'll be able to figure out who was the one who has performed this action, performed this activity, and we'll be able to take any kind of corrective measures if required. That's the purpose of identity. So what is the role that Microsoft Entra ID would play? As far as Microsoft Entra ID is concerned, Microsoft Entra ID is an online Microsoft provided identity management solution. This is what is Entra ID. And as far as Entra ID is concerned, it will allow you to store, manage various users, various groups, registration of various applications, creation and management of service principals, association of various devices. All these things are being done within Entra ID. So if anybody is looking for a unified identity management solution, Entra ID is the one. If you look at the identity landscape over here, if you look at the identity landscape over here, these are the primary components that one should look at. First is zero trust. Second is usage of identities, which I was talking about, what actions one would want to perform. And along with this, along with this, its usage, maintenance of these members, and learning from it. If there are anything which are not up to things which are not up to the mark, learning from it and having continuous update. So once it comes to your zero trust, this is what I was mentioning about. There are three important aspects. Verify explicitly. I really don't care if you're a CIO, CTO, if you're an owner of the organization, I don't care. You need to verify explicitly. You have to use multi-factor authentication. You have to use relevant device if you want to access some of the critical members. We need to use least privilege access. So once the authentication is being done for authorization, use minimal set of permissions. Tell me who you are and what set of activities you would want to perform. Keeping that requirements or keeping that expectations, I will give you minimal permission which will help you do your job. See, security is not about blocking everything. Security is all about giving appropriate access and only in the required time duration. That is what is zero trust. And third, and the most important one, so once I have created the users, once I have given them permissions, I have set up multi-factor authentication. Now I can go back, relax, take a couch, start playing games. No, it doesn't work that way. We will have to assume breach. Whatever I have done may not be sufficient. People My people within my organization, they might stick to it, but people from outside, hackers, they are always in a attempt to find a loophole, find a weak link, and attack the system so that they can sneak out information, they can take out some detail and hold the entire organization to ransom. So we cannot take a chill pill, relax. That doesn't work as a job role of security administrator. So we will have to be continuously on our toes, keep verifying, keep monitoring, keep tracking these things, and see if there are any kind of signals, any unwanted access, illegal access, any attempt to generate n number of unwanted requests. We'll have to keep verifying that. Which device, which application, which third party resources trying to misbehave. We'll have to continuously keep looking for such kind of weak links and keep rectifying them. And that's why it's a continuous update. From identity perspective, we can have B2B members, we can have B2C members. When I said you all must be seeing 4 to 5 options for authentication, Google, Microsoft, right? Those are actually part of B2C. There should be verifiable credentials. From an actions point of view, I mentioned all the four: authentication, authorization, configuration, and having reports. Along with this, in the backend, Microsoft has various resources from perspective of cryptography, encrypting data at rest, encrypting data in transit, and all these are part of a SaaS-based solution, software as a service, where most of these components are license-based models. So procure a right license relevant to your organization requirements, which could be pre-license, which could be P1 license, premium licenses, P1, P2 license. And once we have configured it, we just need to maintain these things, keep an eye on it, keep a check on it, have appropriate graphs, how many people logged in, how many failed, how many succeeded, right? Check for DDoS attacks. So these will be the common aspects from protection point of view. Detect if there are any anomalies. Somebody is trying to access it using an anonymous logging from a location which is not part of the safe location list. Have a response mechanism for that. So this is primarily an identity landscape, and I would not say just Microsoft. Almost every application or every resource that you all might have seen, all of them are having a similar kind of environment here. Now, one important challenge which Microsoft addresses, and I'm not sure how many other security providers would have done that, is first thing, handling the complete spectrum, starting from the end user devices to the backend server products that we have, integration solution that we have with third-party members. That kind of broad spectrum, I have not seen. You all may have seen that. I have not seen a single vendor giving solutions across the board. Then I have seen companies, I have worked with products where one of the vendors is great in terms of firewall solutions, another one on the web application level, third one on the server level, fourth one on, say, like somebody like Kaspersky, focusing on device-based antivirus solutions. But I have not seen a vendor who has a spread across the board and helping people, helping administrators to simplify the mechanism of configuration, management, administration in a simpler way, right? So keeping this context in mind, keeping the diagrams in mind, which I showcased earlier, let's proceed ahead. So these are two approaches that one can see. One is a classic approach, restrict everything to a secured network. So everybody, Monday, I need you all to be in office. I have a pre-configured laptops, desktops. Each of these desktops, laptops are behind the firewall. Everybody is supposed to connect to the proxy server. Proxy server has a firewall solution being installed. Everybody, any kind of access to a third-party web resource is routed via that firewall, the proxy server. Any unwanted sites being referred, we are keeping a track of that, right? But the moment you move out of the organizational boundaries, you'll have zero access to the information, zero access to the contents being put behind the scene. That's a very, very right way of securing resources, especially for a military base, especially for a government body where is highly confidential kind of information. But for people like us who have to go home, who have families, right? And we have our bosses who are saying, Om Prakash, it's 8 o'clock in the night. I know that, but this is something which is critical. Can you share this information or log into the environment? This is an international client that we are working with. I know it is beyond your job timings, but we have to respond fast. Can you help us do that? So in these kind of scenarios, the classic approach will not work. That's where we'll need to have a zero trust model, protect assets anywhere with a central policy. The policy is running on an online environment, which is accessible from anywhere. We have all our devices, we have all the users, we have all other critical members being mapped by using the identity solution. Right? That's how we are working. So we have a centralized identity solution over here, that is Entra ID, which has users, groups, and this is an online service, cloud-based identity service. So I don't have to go to office to access it or to work with it. I can be at my home, securely connect to this Entra ID by using a company given device, or I could have my own device as well. It will verify if I'm Om Prakash, if my credentials are correct. It will ask me for multi-factor authentication. And once I provide that, then and only then I'll be able to access the cloud-based services or any other critical resource. Right? So all these things can be done by using the new approach and using the zero trust model. Guys, my request to all of y'all, I'm sharing a lot of links on the chat. Make sure y'all save it somewhere. Y'all can put it in Notepad, WordPad, to store all the relevant information here. As part of your documentation, security documentation, Microsoft has complete zero trust guidance center. And if you'll see this, zero trust in terms of identity, endpoints, data, application, infrastructure, Microsoft Copilot, Microsoft 365 Copilot. Since I don't have time today, that's one. And secondly, the focus is primarily from identity point of view. So I'll jump into that section. Identity zero trust deployment objectives. Cloud identity federates with on-premises identity systems. And I know how this on-premises implementation or how the resources would work here. That's why I already have the context diagram being mentioned, context resource being mentioned over here. So how do we want to go ahead, associate these resources within our on-premises environment and its associations with our pre-existing members? What are the options? What are the resources here? So as we go ahead, we'll keep exploring these options. We'll keep looking at these members over here. From on-premises point of view, the way how it will work would be your on-premises identity system, that is Active Directory. This will synchronize. This will synchronize its identities with Entra ID. And here you have a pre-existing tool called as Entra ID sync tool. Earlier, the name was directory center sync tool, directory synchronization tool. Now, what we have is Entra ID sync tool, which sorry, which will synchronize all these identities onto Entra ID. In case of advanced scenarios, based on the configuration that we have done, we have options over here. We have options over here for password write back. We have options for password write back. Other apart from this, other properties or other resource that we have that cannot be written back to your on-premises Active Directory. So I hope that makes sense for you all. Yeah, slightly difficult to maintain things because there are so many things happening at the same time. So here, if you all see zero trust principles, I have already shared a link with you all where you have a lot of other information. Right now, my focus is user identity management. There are a lot of other things as well in terms of zero trust principles like device health, data classification, checking for anomalies. In terms of least privilege access, we have just-in-time access, just enough access. Earlier, what used to happen, I don't want to keep assigning user permissions again and again and again. I have a lot of other things to do, right? So what I would do is make a user a high-end administrator and get the things done. Do whatever you would want. things are no more the same way. Just-in-time access. How much time will you require to complete this activity? Have you planned it? You need 1 hour. Okay, I give you 1.5 hours. Within 1.5 hours of access, you have to complete this. What do you want to achieve? I want to change these 4 properties for these many number of users, these applications. Okay, I'll give you access to perform those activities on those users, on those applications. Simple and straightforward. So you'll have to be very, very clear when you come to me as an administrator. What is the task that you're going to perform? How much time it will take? Tell me, I'll give you that permission. And while I'm giving this permission, doesn't mean I'll go and sleep. And even if I'm sleeping, I have some backend member who's capturing all that information, capturing all the steps that you have performed, so that I don't want to be caught off guard. Okay, I don't want to be caught off guard that after giving these permissions, the user has misbehaved, they have done something else which was not planned, change some other attributes which was not required. I don't want that to happen. And the reason why I'm doing it is assume breach. I always assume breach. Apart from keeping an eye and keeping an auditing of the users, I have segmented access for my users, devices, and encrypting all my sessions. Remember, I said encryption of data in transit. And I always use analytics for threat detection, posture visibility, to make sure I have minimum challenges, minimum threats within my system. And if something like this is happening, I'll have to be careful. I have to keep a tap on it and rectify these things in time. So once it comes to your zero trust solution, here we are focusing from perspective of visibility, understanding what is happening, having automation, having orchestration. So these are the things which are happening behind the scene. So if I have to access a particular application, I need to have an identity. Om Prakash Pandey @synergetics-india.com. That's my identity, which will help me to log in within my current Teams environment. I have been given a company laptop. I'm using that as an endpoint. Now this machine, which has been given by the organization, has the required presentations, has the required Microsoft material, right? Which helps me to access some of the resources from my organization, helps me to access some of the uh, partner Microsoft given contents for partners, right? As far as the data is concerned, I have company data on my machine. I also have some of my personal data, which is in different folders. Right now, I don't have any such app, but we can have custom organization-based applications which can be installed, right? And with the right infrastructure, with the right infrastructure and network, I will be able to access these applications, access the resources which are critical from my company's point of view. So these are the things which one needs to check, especially in terms of zero trust security. When we are identifying these authentication requests, we'll have to check where is the user coming from, which location, which machine that user is using, what application the user is trying to access. Is a user trying to access Azure portal, Intune portal, or any such pre-existing portal which is important from administration perspective? And is the user trying to change some values, change some critical information here? This is a very, very important resource. Take your time. If you look at Zero Trust at Microsoft, Microsoft Entra ID is one of the important members over here, capturing the user request, capturing the application requests. All these things are mapped with conditional access policy within Entra ID. We have device endpoints being registered using Microsoft Endpoint Manager or Microsoft Intune. We have information protection for data labeling, classification, encryption. From applications perspective, we have Microsoft Defender for cloud apps. And along with this member, we have IS-based security using Azure networking. We all would realize Microsoft Entra ID is just one of the members. Guys, just give me 1 second. Some network issue which I'm sensing. Yeah, I think I have made that correction. I was talking about Zero Trust at Microsoft, and Entra ID is just one of the members. There are plenty of other resources which I mentioned about earlier. That is Microsoft Intune, Microsoft Sentinel, Defender XDR, your Defender for cloud apps, right? So when it comes to Microsoft provided security solutions, they are not just for cloud Microsoft Azure environment or Microsoft products. It is something which is available across the board. It is something which is available across the board and even for non-Microsoft members. So as we go ahead, I'll showcase all those information, showcase all those details. For me, for now, just give me 1 minute. I'll be back. Let me take you all to a dedicated portal over here, which is entra.microsoft.com. Now, this particular environment, I have a P2 license. Remember, I said this is a SaaS-based service or a license-based service. Yep. So here I am. So this is what I was talking about: identity management, protection, identity governance, permissions management, global secure access. And this is something which I don't like about Microsoft. So while I'm still working with the previous versions, previous services, Microsoft comes up with something new. But that's a fun part of it, especially once it comes to emerging technologies. And See, Microsoft doesn't want to trouble us. The reason why they are doing this is because there has been requests from multiple users, multiple partners, enterprises saying there are quite a few more features that we are expecting to handle the complexities of our business. Maybe this free trial is not yet available. I'll check for it once again. Identity governance. So with P2 license, there are plenty of things which we get on board. And this is the advantage which I was talking about from a VLT perspective. If I'm not mistaken, I had already taken a free trial of this in one of my previous batches for 1 month. I think that has expired. This looks good to me. This is working fine. So these are the primary entities or primary resources you have available within Entra Admin Center. Along with this, you have Defender XDR portal, security.microsoft.com. You have purview.microsoft.com for data compliance. Along with this, we have endpoint.microsoft.com. So when we're talking about solving a given problem, these are bundle of solutions, bundle of members that we have available to us, which can help us to create a end-to-end security solution. For now, my focus is Entra ID, right? The reason why I'm showcasing these resources to you all, that, and like I said earlier, this is beginning of the journey. There are a lot of other members also you will come across as part of your journey. We'll have to understand that, leverage on those resources, work with those members, which will help us with the complete end-to-end solution. I hope this makes sense for you all. Yes. So Shiv Shankar, like I said earlier, Entra ID P2 is the license, which helps us with the additional features. So once it comes to your planning process, the first member would be zero trust. Second important member over here would be understanding the base frameworks over here, base resources over here. So within your cloud adoption framework, you have security governance, and within security governance, apply security policies, apply multi-factor authentication, self-service password reset, eliminate weak passwords, right? Grant or block user or device identities based on which cloud service they are trying to access, where they are logging from, what's the kind of environment that they are using. So identity is one of the most important member from perspective of cloud adoption framework. Same thing holds true when it comes to well architected framework. We can check for identity and access management. And this is something which is common across multiple applications or multiple workloads that we are hosting on the client, on the Azure environment, or on any other resource. So having workload identity for caching, databases, connecting to your key vault as a service. So we'll have to be very, very careful. We'll have to be thorough and deep dive from perspective of understanding these scenarios and how one can go and implement it. So as it comes to your planning and designing phase, even there, identity will play a very, very vital role. So till now, we have discussed about the first aspect from perspective of what is identity, why identity management, what is available within the on-premises environment, how does that correlate with cloud-based solution, what could be the members over here. We'll take a quick break, right? Everyone grab a cup of tea or coffee before we go to the level 2. Now we'll start going into the depth of these options. I have already showcased the portals. Now I'll have to start working with these members, obviously with y'all. If any of y'all have these environments or have these subscriptions with y'all can try it. Don't do these activities in your organizational subscription or organization Entra ID. That's a wrong suggestion, no, wrong place to work with it. If you'll have a trial account, that would be a good place. Y'all can check it over here, check it in the trial environment. We'll take a break over here, 15 minutes, 1-5. Before we go deeper into these areas,
Hello. Till the time you guys can, redeem the learning badge as it was shared earlier in the chat box. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Can I see quick raise of hands, people who are back? Can I see raise of hands, people who are back? Excellent. So I can see multiple people are back. Thank you, guys. Put your hands down. So before the break, we discussed about different aspects from perspective of security. We got detailed. We got into details of various elements from perspective of Entra ID, identity management, and this is not something which is new. This has been there for ages, but earlier, majority of these things was being done as part of the on-premises environment using Active Directory as a solution. Now these things are being mapped to a cloud-based service, which is Entra ID, and the core responsibility of Entra ID is to help organizations manage user registrations, service registrations, group creation, and working with multiple identities from authentication authorization point of view. Along with this, I have also shared relevant links from perspective of certification, various course details, respective labs which are available. I have shared details from perspective of the documentation. If you look at identity management within Azure, we have Entra ID, Entra domain services, Azure Active Directory, B2C. For external identities, we have Microsoft Entra external ID, we have Entra verified IDs. I've also shared details in terms of the study guide. So guys, once it comes to security resources, Zero Trust Implementation Guide, this is one of the most important member. So you have a separate resource on Zero Trust security from cloud adoption point of view. What is the relevance of identity management? We have a complete section in terms of governance. And as part of well-architected framework, generic to most of the workloads, under the pillars section, reliability, security, cost optimization, operational excellence, performance efficiency, security is one of the important members, and key members over here that you all can see mapping is identity and access management that one should focus on. So we have built our strong foundations and understanding why is it required, what is the significance of these members. Let's go ahead. Let's quickly run through some more slides and let me see if I have any aspects being missed out. I would want to cover that. So once it comes to identity management, just give me a moment. I think there's some issue. Yeah. I'll quickly run through to make sure I don't miss out any important points. So once it comes to identity, anybody who has made changes to the underlying system, access an application, trying to read data, view information, or trying to make changes, we need to keep a track of it, right? So through an identity, we'll be able to prove who had accessed this, what was the permission being given to the user who was accessing it. We can have a complete report on that. And if you see the members here, so we have authentication, authorization, administration. So using the portal, we can map these resources, map these members, and finally doing an auditing of it. So once it comes to your identity provider, Microsoft Entra ID is our identity provider in this context, which has a repository of identities, which could be users, devices, applications, service principals. There's a complete authentication system. There's a token based system which is available, mapped using auth tokens, using SAML tokens. If you, like I was mentioning earlier, so once the user is logging in, the user will be logging using appropriate credentials, user ID, password. They would be logging in from a particular device and trying to access some of the applications over here. From a complexity point of view, I said there could be millions of users, partners, applications within the organization, 5,000, 6,000 kind of employees, even more than that, even lesser than that. So what is the level of complexity that you have within the organization? Managing the devices, managing the users, all these things can be done smoothly once it comes to our Entra ID. As an administrator, what role we are supposed to perform? And if you have a dedicated portal over here, obviously Microsoft knows that the amount of tasks and activities are much higher. So rather than having links in other environments, which is there, administrators need to have a separate dedicated portal. Administrators need to have a set of pre-existing PowerShell commandlets, CLI commandlets to help them perform these actions and activities. So once it comes to your Entra portal, here we have a complete system which is highly configurable around the business processes. From agility point of view, we can create resources, scale resources, and there can be a lot of cost saving over here. Now, one would say, Om Prakash, starting of the session till now, we have never mentioned anything about the costs. Suddenly, why are you talking about costs over here? Just to clarify, I did mention about cost, but there the cost was assigned with the licenses, which I mentioned. Because once it comes to your SaaS solutions, the cost will be mapped with the licenses over here. So Entra free license, as the name suggests, there's no cost involved. Microsoft Entra ID P1, 500 rupees per user per month. Entra ID P2, 750 rupees per user per month. And the complete suite, which is Microsoft Entra suite, 1,000 rupees per user per month. Now, since these are licenses, we need not purchase the license for everyone. In sense, we may have specific admin team And for that admin team, we are purchasing these licenses and we will have to associate these licenses. So as an administrator, we will have multiple tasks to perform. One of them would be planning of license types, right? So how many what are types of licenses that you would require for your environment? What is the access permissions that you want to give to people? What would be tasks for delegation? So which people, what type of tasks and activities you'd want them to do, right? Whether how many free licenses you would require, how many P1 licenses, how many P2 licenses. So we will have to do the required planning over here. And like I earlier mentioned, keeping zero trust in mind, creation of users. Now one would say, Om Prakash, why do you want to create users? We already have so many users. Guys, these are people joining our organization, right? From an existing user's point of view, existing users, we may have synchronized those users. Like I already discussed with you all, from on-premises environment, we may have already synchronized those users. Now, one confusion which I have, and I need your help over here. So guys, should we create users first or should we create groups first? What should be the right sequence? If Shankar says users first, Kuldeep says group first. Anybody else? Any other ideas? Pragya says create users and then assign them to group. Okay. Mohan says group should be first. Still, I have 50-50. Mushtaq comes as a differentiator because he is increasing the number on the group side. Hemant supports him. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Yusuf. So there are more votes, I would say, from perspective of creation of groups. And believe me on this, I have done this multiple times. Creation of groups should always take precedence. Creation of groups and assign permissions, assign permissions to the groups rather than the users. Even when we are talking about users over here, so there could be role-based users, right? There could be a specific type of identity that you have to log in as this particular user, which may not again be a kind of human being, right? A special type of identity to perform a task. And there are only few folks which would have that information, which would have the uh, details of that identity and its password. Correct? Once it comes to your groups, most of your management is being simplified because you don't have to worry about the specific user. you have to worry about if this person has to perform a task, just add him or her into that group. That users or group that multiple users will automatically inherit those permissions. That's the most important aspect that one can see. That is permission inheritance. The moment a person leaves the organization or a person is moved to another department, right? You just need to remove that user from one group, put him or her into another group. Automatically, the relevant permissions will get applied. So that's the way how we can simplify access management, simplify things for ourselves. Again, coming back to the cost, depending upon how many users you have, what type of permissions you'd want, what kind of aspects we want to delegate. So you'll see Microsoft Entra private access, adaptive multi-factor authentication, Entra internet access, conditional access, web category filtering, FQDN. This is more like a what do you say? Web-based firewall kind of things. Those kind of things you can map over here. And this is part of your Microsoft Entra suite. Just give me a moment. Let me check for this. Earlier, once it was giving a problem, and most of the free trials today that you see, they ask for credit card information. Microsoft Entra suite. No, still the same. Okay, not a problem. So as part of these licenses, like I was saying, what tasks or activities you want your team to perform. Based on that, we can purchase number of licenses and we can assign these licenses to our respective team members. So Entra ID protection using the conditional access. What is the kind of access permissions that we would want? Entra verified ID. As part of the certification, the top 3 features, Entra ID protection, and governance. These are only 3 things which are required. And all the features which are part of Entra ID P2 is being mapped here. So if you all can use P2 license, practice these things, that should be more than sufficient. Let's proceed ahead. So from an administration point of view, checking for provisioning, deprovisioning of users, groups, password management, synchronization, group management, right? So these are the primary aspects from an administration perspective. Like I said, there are different ways of doing it. So one way would be working with the new portal entra.microsoft.com. Another option is working with your PowerShell or CLI based commands. I don't know if I have the required resources here. Let's verify that by going to the command prompt. I already have Azure resources being mapped. So this part is being taken care. How about Active Directory? AZAD SP list. So what do you want to do? You want to create a group, signed in user, create a new user. Right? So I have options available here. User creation, group creation. Right? So I have basic members being available. I have my resource here. I am not sure about the PowerShell. Let me go to PowerShell. We can use Windows PowerShell ISE for a scripting kind of environment. Get hyphen command hyphen noun. So can you please show me all the commands relevant to AZAD? Excellent. So here I have new AZAD group, get AZAD user, get AZAD application. So I have PowerShell commands, or I would say I have a right PowerShell module over here. I have respective commandlets within that. And for Azure CLI, I have my options available here on my local system. Is it necessary that we should install everything on our local machine? Not necessary. It's up to us, depending upon what role we are playing and obviously what permissions you all have. So just having the modules or CLI doesn't mean you will be allowed to create users in a given environment. How you logged in, what permissions that you have as a user on your Entra ID environment, that would be the differentiator, or that would decide whether we can go ahead or not. Let's go to the next resource over here, working with Microsoft Graph. Mushtaq has a very good question. Is Entra Suite part of Microsoft 365 E5 family? Mushtaq, small correction over here. I'm not sure if you are able to correlate with the diagram which I have put over here. So when I'm talking about Entra ID, when I'm talking about licenses here, whether I talk about free license, whether I talk about P1, P2 license, or if you talk about Entra ID suite as a license, all these are part of the Entra ID, which is outside the environment. So Microsoft 365 will be a separate resource. Okay. which will and the applications or services that we have within Microsoft 365 for their authentication authorization purposes, they will be connecting with Entra ID. These are two separate entities. Now, if you are talking from a bundling point of view, yes, Microsoft bundles M365 E5 license. Microsoft bundles E5 license with Entra suite to make sure they set as a bunch. But from an architecture point of view, they are separate entities. Ustad, that does that bring in the required clarity? So it comes to resource bundling with advanced licenses. Yes, you are right. So Microsoft bundles these things as a package, but architecturally they are separate resources. So be clear with that. So don't get confused there. Same thing holds true for other components as well. So even if you look at Microsoft Intune for that matter, it's a separate product. All the users, devices that we are managing, all the devices that we are managing through Intune, actual users and device registrations are being done on the Entra ID. Anyone having any other questions, please feel free to put it on the chat. I'll be more than happy to answer those questions. Let me proceed ahead. Now, once we have already created our users, we have associated the right license for it, people are able to manage things, map these resources. What next? So once you have identified yourself, now you'll be able to access Microsoft 365, Windows 10, EMS services, Azure AI, which is backed by Azure AI platform. If you want to extend some of these resources, they can do that as well. So working with other Microsoft 365 environments, right? And if you need any other custom resources or build your own experience using chatbots or co-pilot resources, right? We can do that. So getting the identity in place, getting the right access management in place will open up huge world of services and applications for us. And right now, what I showed you all in terms of portals, Defender portal, Purview portal, Intune portal. Same way, you have portal.office.com. Again, this is not magic. This is an environment where there are multiple licenses being associated with that identity. And when we are talking about services, these are the services which I'm referring to. There are 26 plus services available. Depending upon what is our requirement, we can go and leverage on these. We can create customizations over here. We can have extensions with Azure platform. We can add third-party members as well. Associate these members with your team's environment and build custom resources. Okay, let me move ahead. So once it comes to your identity management system, your centralized identity management. Like I said, your Entra ID is a centralized management system where we have all the credentials, all the information being stored at one place. Once it comes to your decentralized identity, where each and every application also can have their own identity, which is called as user generated identity, which is self-owned, immutable, censorship resistant. So Microsoft Entra supports both these members. I am not sure how many of you are aware about something called as managed identity. So you have user assigned managed identity, you have system assigned managed identity, which is part of the Azure ecosystem. So there in the backend, it is using Entra ID, but these managed identities are created by Microsoft Azure. Similarly, your other resources, other line of business applications, they can create their own identities, which is part of the distributed identity management system. I don't want to get into the blockchains and the ledgers right now. Some of these are relevant from a SQL database point of view, where you can use ledgers and keep a track of which users, how the data was being shared across the environment, and what was the identity being used to access that information. You can go through this documentation for more details about distributed identity or a decentralized identity. If you look at the flow over here, this is one of the diagrams which is available there. If you see this information from a user point of view, there is a user agent which is being associated, and these identities will be mapped with people, applications, devices, and this authentication is being done using the user agent. In the backend, all these identities will be mapped with your Entra ID, but from the application owner perspective, they'll be able to see these identities within their environment, which gives a feeling that I own a part of identities myself. Now, once it comes to your decentralized identity, it has to connect back to the Entra ID in the backend, and there they have to verify themselves, and that is what is referred as Entra verified ID. Now, behind the scene, there is a trust system between both these members as a backbone for this. You have your applications being associated, and the credentials or identities which is being mapped over here will be associated with your environment. If you see, if you see as an example over here, when we go to your authenticator app, within that authenticator app, you'll see multiple QR codes being scanned and all that information being stored within that authenticator app, right? Which is an example of decentralized identity. So the moment I try to log into my this TX FDG environment, right? The sample environment over here, it took me to the authenticator app, which maintains information about multiple identities which I have configured. So once it receives that information, so it's like partial identities being managed over there in coordination with the main identity, right? That's what is referred as decentralized identity management. There are two members which jointly become a single identity. If you have your multi-factor authentications being mapped within Authenticator app. That is segregated view of your verifiable credential experience. Right? So this is being mapped over here. Right? So that's one aspect of it from an implementation perspective, how Authenticator app is working. If you look at the basic aspects in terms of identity and access management, the primary aspects over here would be your users, devices, your on-premises applications, SaaS applications, all these have to be mapped and associated with your Entra ID. So here if you see under the identity section, users, groups, devices, applications, these are the primary members for identity. And this is what is the main focus from Entra ID perspective, how this is working, what are the members over here. If you look at your Entra ID, the first thing that I have been mentioning since morning is identity, the first aspect, object in Entra ID that gets authenticated, used to assign rights and access to resources. Right? That's a first member. Second member is you can have a account when you want to purchase the license, P1 license, P2 license, you'll have to have a account available inside it, which could be a Hotmail ID, Gmail ID, any other Microsoft verified ID. And once we have that license being procured, now we can create multiple users. So user1 @xyz.onmicrosoft.com, user2, user3, as many number of users you'd want to create, right? So that is referred as users within your environment. Now, once you have these users, that information being mapped, the users will have a particular domain. Like in my case, it is txfdg.onmicrosoft.com. This is mapping with the domain or mapping with appropriate directory or a tenant behind the scene. So this tenant is the digital representation of your organization. So initially, we may begin with onmicrosoft.com, but as we proceed ahead, okay, as we proceed ahead, it has to associate with particular domain. So whatever is the domain name that you would want to map, we can go ahead with it. From other services point of view, so whether you're looking at Azure subscription or whether you're looking at Intune or Microsoft 365, we will have to purchase those licenses. We have to purchase the Azure subscription. And in today's scenario, if you see the way how Microsoft is working, or based on my understanding how things are going ahead, for each user, you need to have a license like your Entra ID license, Intune license, most important one, M365 license. So you need to have these licenses, plus you also need to have Azure subscription, because there are not just about extension, but even some of the basic services won't work in a right format unless we have combination of both these members. Now one would say, Om Prakash, isn't it too much of pitching or too much of marketing of Microsoft? Guys, once it comes to a complete solution, even if you look at a security solution, you will have a lot of extensions being mapped. So if you're going for Power Platform or if you're going for any other resource, you will need services from Azure point of view. And I I still don't understand why one should hesitate in doing this. Let me put my reasoning for it. Licensing, there is a cost. I can understand that. So rather than purchasing 10 licenses, purchase one license, two licenses, depending upon how you're going to use it. What is the cost for Azure subscription? Actually, nothing. So if you go for pay as you go model, what is the cost? There's no cost. Unless you start using some of the services, you are not paying anything. And when you're not paying anything, why to worry? As a learner, I'm saying, whenever you have to learn something new, go ahead, create your resources, and when not required, delete it. As simple as that. But if you create a resource and you forget about it, the service keeps running, then you are charged for it. So we'll have to be careful, we have to be disciplined when we are using Azure subscription. That's the only thing which I think will be required here. Once it comes to your SaaS solutions, we have license based model, and if you're looking at IS and PaaS solutions, here we are focusing on Azure subscription, right? So this is how it is working right now. This is a pattern currently that we can understand and start successfully implementing it. So again, coming back to subscription, when we are talking about subscription, subscription is something which helps us to map with Azure. We are talking about tenant. Oops, when you're talking about tenant or a directory, this is something which is already being mapped. So here, if you see my environment, OMS Pandey txfdg.onmicrosoft.com. So that's the directory or tenant which I have. And see this information here in the home section. And if need be, we can create more and more tenants over here. Right now, I have just one tenant here. So what is the security score for identity? What is the primary domain being mapped here? What is the license being used? Number of users, groups, applications, devices. So here we have a tenant ID being mapped. So in terms of directories, there can be multiple directories, multiple tenants over here. So what one can do is go inside that particular tenant, create groups, register your devices. But at times when we are talking about the partner ecosystem, we cannot work in a silo. We have to work with multiple other partners. So keeping that perspective in mind, what one needs to do is one needs to start creating the association between those members by using something called as B2B connectivity. To simplify this, Microsoft has given an option called as external identities. We can leverage on that, or we can add guest users to make it even more simpler. We can add multiple guest users over here, saying that you all use your own password mechanism. I will add you as a guest user, give you appropriate permissions so that you all can perform your tasks and activities within our environment. Along with this, we can have B2C implementation, where there are a lot of third-party users, right? They would want to use their social IDs, email addresses, local accounts. They would want to use business or government IDs to access Azure services or access other components within an enterprise. So there we can leverage on Microsoft Entra B2C. Please be careful. For creating B2C instance, you require a Azure subscription. Okay. For creating B2B resources, this is where you don't require Azure subscription. So you'll have to be careful with that. So once it comes to your Microsoft Entra ID and its bundling with Microsoft 365 environment, here we can go ahead work with Microsoft 365. Behind the scene, it is using Entra ID for user identity management, for association of devices, right? Any kind of conditional access. All these things are happening in the backend by using your Entra ID. So just because those links are being shared, that does not mean it is part of your Microsoft 365 environment. It is just a quick reference, quick links to see how things are happening, and you don't have to go outside that portal, outside that current environment. That's the only differentiator, right? So that's the only simplicity which Microsoft is trying to provide over here. So if you look at your comparison with your local Entra ID environment, that is ADDS services, more or less it is similar from the usability point of view. So even within your ADDS, you are creating users, groups, domain management, all those things are very similar in the online environment as well. The differentiator over here is primarily from perspective of how things are being used and the underlying architecture. The underlying protocol for ADDS was using LDAP as a protocol, working with Kerberos, NTLM, because that is what was relevant from that perspective. Here in the cloud environment, this is all OAuth and SAML based tokens. But even that problem can be solved. There is a separate service which Microsoft has provided called as Microsoft Entra Domain Services. Okay, so we can create a machine behind the scene which is managed by Microsoft, and using Microsoft Entra ID, we can go and access the cloud-based. We can have a integration between Entra domain services and your normal Entra users, right? So that association can be done. Third member, like I mentioned earlier in the starting of my session, is Active Directory domain services, your on-premises environment, which still remains as it is for mid-size organizations, large enterprises who already had these services and on-premises environment being configured. They can continue with this. People who are startups, mid-size organization who are starting afresh, they don't need to worry about these things because all these things are mapped behind the scene. All these things are being taken care automatically in the Entra ID environment, right? So for new resources, new members, go for Entra ID. People who want backward compatibility, people who want to host some of the workloads which require LDAP as a protocol, the legacy kind of environment, go for Microsoft Entra Domain Services. People who are looking from hybrid perspective, on-premises environment associated with cloud environment, they would be using Active Directory Domain Services. Anyone who's creating new workload, I would recommend don't go for ADDS unless it's a dev test kind of environment and you want to build a POC for user migration, showcase it to the end user, then it still makes sense. Otherwise, you already have Microsoft Entra ID, you have Microsoft Entra domain services. Licenses I already mentioned about. I'll skip this. Let's go on to authentication and authorization. From authentication perspective, from a convenience point of view, every application, different programming languages being used, we can go ahead correlate that with our environment. We can correlate with our resources over here to help us work with it. Once it comes to your federation with other members, like I mentioned earlier, we have SAML tokens being used, WS federations, OpenID Connect. Some of these aspects will be relevant from perspective of your app registrations. Let's go to app registration. These are my pre-registered or pre-existing members, which I have. If you look at the endpoints available here, OAuth token endpoint, SAML endpoint, WS federation, OpenID Connect. Different applications, depending upon what kind of endpoints they are looking for, all those endpoints are being published with every application. If we need any kind of branding, if we need any kind of authentications, what is the supported authentication type? Here we can, for every application, we can generate a client secret, share those information, share those resources along with application ID with the end users. If you want to add any other API permissions, remember we were mentioning about the graph, the user read permission, impersonation permission. If you want to add permissions for any other set of services, we can do that. And all this is using Graph API behind the scene. Right? So once these APIs are being mapped, once these applications being registered, we can share the URLs, expose this API to the end users, specify roles, permissions, administrators. So once this application is being connected to our environment, what all other services it can access. So those things we can map here. So there's a complete environment from federation point of view, app registration point of view, and a infrastructure for a complete infrastructure based on OAuth for the required communications. This is more in terms of the development teams who are using JavaScript or Angular, React applications, right? Node-based applications. How do they want to register their applications and connect to it? From application owner perspective, they don't have to worry saying, where do I store all this information? All the identity information can be put onto the Azure Entra ID environment, and using their respective URLs and the secrets, they will be able to connect to the connect to the services they would want. Unlike earlier scenarios where we had to create a database, within a database we would need to have a table where we have the user, their password, and all that information being saved into a database, right? Now all that identity information should be inside Entra ID. From authorization point of view, from authorization perspective, here we already have a lot of pre-existing roles. Now some of these roles would be generic role, some of these roles could be specific to the applications, things like network administrator, password administrator, Power Platform Administrator, Content Creator, User Administrator. So depending upon whatever day in, day out needs that we have, generic information, generic details are mapped here. If you still want to go ahead and create a custom role, assign that to a specific group or individuals, we can pick up these permissions, pick up these custom roles required, uh, pick up these roles required and create your own custom role. So that's the beauty that we have once it comes to your advanced licenses like P2. It allows us to create those kind of custom resources. Moving ahead with the auditing over here. So from auditing point of view, if you see the key mechanisms over here, that is data collection, reporting methodology. So depending upon what permissions we have mapped, permissions we have given to the users, we have audit logs over here. What are the permissions that we are looking for? What resources have been accessed? What changes have been done? B2B, B2C, old directory, what are the new things being created? All these things are being mapped over here. Okay. So what I was showing you all right now was the log environment where we can keep verifying these resources, what information that we want to capture. Let me pause here for a moment. We have been doing a lot of theory here. Let's do some of the hands-on. I already showcased the lab resource earlier. From perspective of lab environment setup, you can go for a free trial. And then promote or get yourself a free free Azure AD premium license, P2 license. That would be your step number 1. As far as step number 2 is concerned, creation of multiple users over here. So you see there are different set of exercises being mentioned. How do you create a user? How do you associate a role for that user? With free license, we don't have option of custom role. Right? We have options of bulk importing the user. So rather than going for single users, let me go with exercise 4, having bulk import for the users. Let me try this within my environment. So here if you'll see, there's an option of bulk user, bulk create, bulk invite. So step number 1 here would be download the CSV file. Download the CSV file. Within this CSV file, we can provide our details. As far as the domain name is concerned, the domain name from here. Whatever password one would want to mention over here. There are a lot of other information which we can leave it blank. Not an issue. This is my first user. Let me take one more user. Okay, I can go ahead with 20 users as well. I just want to go with 2 users for now. I've saved this file with my relevant user information. I already have a lot of users in my demo environment. It will verify the details, check if all the required values are being mentioned, the respective relevant details are not being missed out. We have got both the users created. We verify here. Amit Jagtap. And who's the next one? Kirit Shah. Both these users are created over here. Let's take a new group. Group type. There are two type of groups that you see. One is security. Second is of 365 group, which is more relevant from perspective of SC-300 group, people for SC-300 batch, whatever description I might want to give. One of the most important members that you'll see over here is specifying a membership type, which could be a assigned which could be a assigned user, dynamic user, dynamic device, right? Dynamic user would mean if the user is coming from a specific location, right? Specific department, I would want to automatically map that user or put that user in a pre-existing group, right? That's called as dynamic user. Same thing holds true for dynamic devices as well. So based on their attributes, based on the values that they have in the bulk user file or when the user is getting created, we can automatically move them to a specific group, which could be a device group or which could be a normal group. Two members, one is Amit and second is Kirit. Let me add, sorry. As far as owner is concerned, owner is Om Prakash. As far as member is concerned, members I want to add right. So two members, I have already mapped the owner. We can create multiple users using bulk. We can associate them appropriate permissions. You all can do the same steps by looking at the tabs over here. We can have bulk additions using partial commands as well. We just need to make sure we have these modules being mapped. Install module Microsoft.graph. It says there is a problem. You need to be logged in as administrator. As far as these PowerShell modules are concerned, all these PowerShell modules will have number of commandlets inside that, which will assist us from perspective of performing these tasks and activities, connecting to our Entra ID environment, installing set of resources, installing and creating set of components on that. I think in my case, I have already installed and might be in one of my previous batches. You all can try out these commands within your on-premises environment, or if you'll have a dedicated lab, you all can check it over there as well. If you see the steps involved, you first need to create a password profile, and then you can specify the user information, usage location, principal name, password profile. Taking some time. Okay. If any one of you all who is trying this, go ahead. In my case, what I have done is I have created these users using my Azure portal, using the bulk upload option. I have my users created, groups created, group created. I have added the members inside that group. The next step over here would be assigning permissions to these groups. Right. So here if you see, we have roles and administrators. Right. We can have respective roles and administrators. So any administrative role being specified using privileged identity management. That is what we can see over here. So we'll come to that topic as we go ahead. What is privileged identity management? We can assign these roles to specific users as well. Let's see that as an example. Privileged identity management, will come to it later. Let's go to Kirit. So for Kirit Shah as a user, let me give him a permission of a directory reader. Now the screen that you are seeing over here, eligible, active, permanently eligible, all these are screens or all these are options within privileged identity management. So Kirit has been promoted and he has been given a directory reader permissions. Let's celebrate that by taking a lunch break. Before we break for lunch, anyone, any questions in whatever topics we have covered till now? In case you all have any questions, doubts, or queries, you all can put it on the chat, even during the lunch break. So once we assemble back, we'll go into more details of it. Let's break for lunch. We'll assemble back in an hour's time. Palani, Copilot is not part of Entra. Copilot primarily is a bunch of services, or I would say it's like a backbone, and it has been supported in every service, almost every service within Microsoft 365, within Intune, within Azure. So everywhere you'll see Copilot added as a extra member over there, which will help you to get your solutions faster, help you search for resources, get PowerShell and CLI commands, which is required for performing an action at much more faster pace. So Copilot should not be seen as a separate service. It should be seen as an assistant within your existing environment. And if you want to see this as a separate resource, it is available within Copilot for security.